Hey everybody, I am starting the stream almost an hour and 15 minutes early today because I've got a lot of work to do and I'll be working this whole time, so might as well stream it. Oh la 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 la. So I'm getting a chat window open. Greetings folks, I say in the chat. All right. So, just gonna pick a frame and start drawing. So let's turn this one down, 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 and start drawing. Zero folks watching so far. Not surprised. I'm not surprised by that. All right. Can I reconfigure the stream while I'm on it? Put my webcam. All right, that's not very nice. Let's see. Let's go with the front camera. There I am. All right. And let's make that small. All right. We'll do it just like that. I'll say okay. There you go. You know what? I'm just going to leave it like that for now. Got the glove, got the stylus, got the tab mate. So, let's turn it on. All right, guess we'll start with this one. Let's see. Alexa, play the Kunstler cast.
I don't know that.
Huh. All right. Oh, hey, Michael Roper. Sorry. Hey, big guy, you started early. Yep, got a lot to do today. The gentleman at the table looks unhappy. Yes, he is. Maybe he's angry. He's frustrated. Definitely frustrated. Lost in rumination? Well, he's lost in articulating his complaints to his journal. Constipated? I'm going to say no. He's a healthy guy, eats a lot of salads. Jealous of aliens with better hair? Oh, let me tell you, fellers, his hair plays a definite role in this story. Alrighty, and it looks like I forgot to define the other side of the door. Let's do that now. Like that. Michael F. Godick. Is that Mushroom Mike? Yes, I am drawing on a 22-inch Cintiq, not a Cintiq Pro, so it doesn't have the buttons built in, so I have to use the Tabmate for, the various control key functions. The program is Clip Studio Paint. I have not heard from Ed today, or since last I live streamed. I imagine he's still processing. Yes, Mushroom Mike. Saludos. Good to hear from you, man. Alrighty, back to it. Let's see. Didn't I already do that ink over there? Background ink? Did I not? Thought I did. Oh, well, okay. So, let's get to it. So, Mike, I don't recall you joining the chat on a previous live stream, but other folks in the chat right now are Les in Poland and Michael in New York City. Different Michael Roper. Les asks, am I frustrated? Maybe generally, with the state of the world, but not in particular. Not on a personal level, anyway. I'm doing okay in that regard. Alrighty, is that everything? I think that's everything. So, pen. Drop it down to like a 6. Well, this is a story. I mean, this is a page that's being inserted into an existing story. The state of the character's mental state. I mean, the character's mental state plays a big role in this story. So, in this instance, yeah, art does not reflect life. At least not my life. KMO, do you play the stock market? I have a few stocks, like just really a few $100s in the stock market, and I don't move it around much. So I'm not really playing it. I have a few investments. Like the program that I use to buy and sell is Webull, and I have misplaced my login credentials so I can follow how my stocks are doing, but it would take a bit of work to figure out how to get in there and make some changes, and I haven't bothered to do that work. I need to make beer labels for a commission I have. Have to jump into Photoshop again. Not exited, rather keep at my tattoo work. Good luck with the digital work. Sometimes programs can drive you mad crazy. Yeah. Clip Studio Paint, I mean, it's got all kinds of capabilities that I don't know how to employ, but I'm pretty comfortable with it in terms of doing the things that I need to get done. Alrighty. Background. All right. Whoops. Like that. Totally going to freehand this background table. Oof. Now, I say I'm going to freehand it. That doesn't mean I'm going to accept whatever comes out first. Oh. Hey, I was thinking of listening to a podcast while I work. I tried listening to the Joe Rogan podcast a few weeks ago while I was working, and I got a copyright infringement notice from YouTube. I'm thinking a smaller podcast, like, mine, won't have, the Google AI is not going to be, scouring live streams for that content. So does anybody know of a smaller podcast that I might listen to as I'm doing this? Hmm. Nope, that one. Right. I think that background table is going to be totally covered by dialogue. Maybe not. Let's see. Not entirely. All right. Back to the sketch layer. While I'm on Marcus, I guess I'll just come down here. Hey, it's Parker. Hey, KMO. Look at you all fancy with the face cam there. Yeah, I keep forgetting that it's there because I don't see it on my screen. You need some ambient music. Yeah, maybe just put McKenna rapping to psychoelectronics to fill his background. Yeah, I could. Oh, I could put on a psychedelic salon. That'd be a good idea. In fact, I think I'm going to do that. And while I'm at it, let's save my work. All right. Let's go. Psychedelic salon. All right, join our conversation on Discord's Psychedelic Salon server. It's free. Maybe later. All right. 661, November 18th, 2020. So this is Psychedelia, History, Science, and Mysticism. Celebrating Timothy Leary's 100th birthday. Krishnamurti Revisited. Psychedelic Law and Terence McKenna. Let's see. Damer and McKenna discuss COVID-19. I'm guessing that's Dennis McKenna. Bitcoin is psychedelic. Let's listen to that one.
Linguistic objects, health machines. Greetings from Cyberdelic Space. This is Lorenzo, and I'm your host here in the Psychedelic Salon. And
all right, yeah, Mike, I like Lex Friedman's podcast too. Although it's a big one, and it's likely to be one of the things that Google's going to be, Google would come down on me for playing on a live stream. Psychedelic Salon, probably not so much.
And, well, I've been hearing that some of our fellow saloners are wondering why there haven't been more podcasts from the salon lately. Well, the truth is that, just like everybody else on the planet right now, I'm not really sure what direction we should be heading in. So, like a lot of us, I'm kind of taking a wait-and-see approach and only producing a few podcasts that may be of some practical benefit right now. But don't worry, I'm going to keep the same old format that I've used for over 15 years now, and there's still going to be some new Terence McKenna talks every once in a while, so that'll remain the same. However, the world as a whole is never going to return to the state we were in just last year. Like it or not, we are all being challenged to figure out how we want to reorganize this little planet. As for staying in touch with our fellow saloners, I've been doing what I can. At least for the first 3 months of the lockdowns, I hosted 4 live salons every week. And lately I've modified that schedule a bit by only hosting 2 live salons a week, one on Monday and one on Thursday. I've been hosting that live Monday night salon now for over 3 years, and they take place at 6:30 p.m. on San Diego time. Well, after the pandemic began, I also began hosting live salons every Thursday. The Monday salons take place at 6:30 p.m. San Diego time, and the Thursday salons take place at 6:30 p.m. London time, which is 10:30 in the morning in San Diego. That way, some of our European saloners can join us, and from time to time, I'll also be hosting a live salon in a time zone that's better suited to our friends down under and in Asia. As you know, I've been hosting these live salons for my supporters on Patreon for the past 3 years. And thanks to these wonderful saloners, I've been able to eliminate those month-long pledge drives, and also I've been able to publish my new books directly into the public domain and make them available for free. So I owe a lot to my Patreon supporters. Now, when the pandemic arrived, a lot of people lost their jobs, And I wanted to continue supporting my Patreon followers and others who aren't in a position to really support anything right now. And to fix this problem, we set up a server on Discord, which is the communication platform used by a lot of gamers. And on Mondays and Thursdays, I post the links to the live salons there. So already there are over 500 fellow saloners interacting each day on Discord, on the Psychedelic Salon Discord server. And the conversations are really fascinating. This is a completely free service, by the way. You don't even need a credit card to join. And it's a great place to find the others, find the links to the live salons, and, well, I hope to see you there. Because right now that's where a lot of us are congregating. Now, to join us on Discord, just go to psychedelicsalon.com, and on the home page, you're going to find a link that'll take you to our Discord server. That's all there is to it. Now, in addition to the live salons, I've been also joining the live podcast recordings being made by my old friend, the Dope Fiend. Our old-timers here in the salon are going to fondly remember him and his Dopecast. Well, every Sunday a new Dope Fiend quarantine program is posted, and for it, the Dope Fiend is joined by various characters that you might remember from several years ago. A wide-ranging roundtable, very stony chat about things like whether cannabis protects stoners from the worst of the coronavirus, and where the U.S. and U.K. stand right now in terms of the pandemic. And then, of course, there's a Karen update. It's a really fun and interesting group of stoners that you can tune in and listen to when you don't want to toke alone some night. Now, at long last, let's get on with today's program, which is a recording of a live salon that was held this past Monday, July 13th. And if you think that this introduction has been long, well, you've got another one coming when I open the live salon and bring in Brandon Quinton, who, as it turns out, is also a longtime fellow saloner. And by the way, Brandon is going to be back for another live salon with us in a few weeks. So if there are some questions you have about cryptocurrency that aren't answered here today, you can join our live salon and ask them yourself. And now, here's yet another long introduction to Brandon Quinton and his ideas about what Bitcoin and mycelium have in common.
All right, I'm going to pause there. Let's see. Michael says, Lorenzo keeps talking after some many years. Awesome. Yeah, Creative Commons times the Psychedelic Salon. McKenna is my favorite rapper after Tupac. Parker says, Virginia released their report on marijuana legalization last week. I started to read it. Now, I guess it was the House of Representatives. Didn't they pass a resolution? Or didn't they send a bill to the Senate removing marijuana from the Federal Controlled Substances Act? Thought I heard something about that on Rising last week, but certainly didn't hear anything about it on NPR. Anyway, back to it.
There's so many different things we can talk about tonight. And once I open it up to questions, people are, if I open it up right now, we'd be jumping all over the place. And I've read some of your work, Brandon, and listened to your one of your podcasts. And so I have a fairly good idea of where you're coming from. And since here we're kind of preaching to the choir when we talk about psychedelics, as you know. I mean, you're a saloner. So I think we can get to it. I really want to get to your concepts, because your concept of mycelium and Bitcoin is just spot on, I think. But what I thought we'd do is, because I want to podcast this discussion, and right now everybody is wondering what's next, but of course nobody knows what's next, and I want to leave that part of the discussion to the end. And I thought we'd start out talking about Bitcoin, because most people everybody's heard of Bitcoin, but a lot of people are not really sure what about it, how do you buy it, and stuff like that. And then I'd like to go into the importance of blockchain and how the decentralization is. Following that, some of the other cryptocurrencies. I know Bitcoin is the mother of all cryptocurrencies, in my opinion, actually. But I'd like to talk about Ether and some of the others, and then the banks and governments are coming out with their own cryptocurrencies, and as our investment bankers and all. And then if we still have any energy left, maybe we can speculate some about what we think might be coming after this pandemic. But I think that right now, it's kind of not worth much time to speculate about what's next, because here in California we're still shutting down a second time and stuff like that, and there's all kinds of scenarios about what can happen, what next, and as far as a governmental political situation, I can see anything from going back to just where we were with nation states and to a new world with no nation states, and anything in between is probably what's going to happen. But what I really have a very firm belief that no matter what happens, I don't know for sure if it'd be Bitcoin. I'm hoping it is, but some cryptocurrency I think is going to be much more important than people realize today. And with that, why don't I'll let you go from there, and I'll kind of ask some questions, and we'll open it up and go from there, Brandon. But I really appreciate your time, and let me just preface this with the fact that what really excited me about your background is that you spent a lot of time researching this, looking into this, and investigating it. But I started mining Bitcoin when it was in the pennies, and then I gave up. And but I've been with Bitcoin since the beginning, and I haven't. I still am. I'm a firm believer in the long-term viability of cryptocurrency and possibly Bitcoin. So let me just kind of preface it saying what excited me about the fact is that, I had kind of had the feeling that, I got involved so early on, and then it got so complex, and I just couldn't keep up with it all and just let it all go by the board. And I thought, well, I missed the wave. And then I hear you come in and say, it's only the last few years you've gotten deep into it. And so you give a lot of hope to all of us that I think that nobody has missed the wave yet. I think it's still building possibly. And with that long preface, I'll let you do some talking, Brandon.
Thank you, Lorenzo. First off, it's really, really an honor to be here. I've been listening to the Salon for about a decade now, back when there were almost no other podcasts on the topic. And so there was many come downs where I would throw on an old Terrence McKenna talk and soothe myself to fall asleep or something like that. So it's pretty cool to be here. Really appreciate it. And I got to address right off the bat regarding timing. Pretty much everyone who arrives at Bitcoin feels that they arrived late. And so it doesn't matter if it was this year, 5 years ago, or 10 years ago, everyone has that same feeling. And it's kind of a little ego thing. You usually hear about it a few years prior before you end up buying some. And so we sort of anchor our minds to a previous time, to a previous price. We sort of fight ourselves about when we get in. So totally normal. Don't let that stop you. If we look globally, it's only about 1% of the world who owns any Bitcoin at this point. And it's only about $150 billion market cap, which is roughly 50 times smaller than gold. And so if Bitcoin is going to continue, which it's my belief it will, there's a long way to go. And so I would call it more like a precocious fifth grader in its development. And it's going to go through puberty soon, so it'll start to get a little more feisty as the world starts to unravel. At least that's my belief. So I guess in order to discuss Bitcoin, I think it's really important to talk about money for a minute. And money is a concept that is surprisingly slippery and hard to understand. Most people spend their whole life and they don't really have a good concept of what it is. And there's a lot of stigmas attached, and I think it's important to start there. So, I know it has a bad reputation, but money is simply just a tool. And it's a tool that we all use every day. And so I think it's important that we understand what it is. And fundamentally, it started off it emerged through our ancient ancestors to solve a certain number of problems. The main problem is the double coincidence of wants. And all that really means is two people want to trade. I've got chickens, you've got cows.
Double coincidence of wants.
How do we trade?
Oh my God.
5 chickens for a cow, or what's the trade there? And so what happened was we emerged on different things, different.
The double coincidence of want. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right. I'm probably going to have to make a video on that. Goodness. I'm going to stop and make a note here. I'm going to jump up and write on the whiteboard. Okay. Double coincidence of wants. Oh. All right. All right. Let's get back to it.
Mediums that represent value that we all just sort of agree on. And these started as things like shells or beads or giant rhinestones. And eventually humanity converged on gold as sort of the universal money for the planet. It emerged in all these different separate places. And the reason why we selected gold is because it had the best monetary properties. Things like portability, durability, and most important, a few others, but most important is scarcity. And so there's only a finite supply of gold, and the gold supply, the total supply above ground, increases by about 2% each year, so a relatively scarce amount of gold. And that's important because then you can anchor value to that scarce asset. And so for about 5,000 years, we've used gold. And then in the early 1900s, the U.S. government, right around World War I time, we decided to just leave the tether to gold, and we created what's the U.S. dollar, what we now know as fiat currency, which simply means by decree. And so that's a totally different thing. And in 1971, we actually left our tether to gold. And so we removed the gold standard. You could say it's not backed by anything, which is very useful to the U.S. government and any political will that they might have, because you can print unlimited money. You can.
Okay. Hey, Parker. Oh, so you missed what I reacted to there. Okay. This guest on the salon, Brandon Quittem, is going to be talking about Bitcoin. So he starts talking about money first. And one of the, old chestnuts in economics and in monetary theory is this thing called the coincidence, the problem of coincidence of wants. Like, I have something that I don't need, and you have something that you don't need that I want, and we need to make a trade. But how unlikely is it that I'm going to have the exact thing that you want, and you're going to have the exact same thing that I want? So the solution that people came up with is some abstract token of value that they can exchange with one another, and so they don't have to have exactly corresponding needs and surpluses. Now, this sounds very reasonable if you're just starting from a place of, absolute abstraction, with no anthropology involved, no actual study of how real life human beings organize themselves socially and achieve the division of labor. So you've surely heard of Dunbar's number. We are accustomed, we are evolutionarily adapted psychologically to live in groups of about 100 to 150 people where we know everybody knows us. In such a situation, which accounts for over 9/10 of the human experience on this planet, how do you determine, how to exchange things? It's very simple. I have an extra pair of shoes. You need a pair of shoes. I know you. I've known you my whole life. I know that I will know you for your whole life. You're not going anywhere. Here's the extra pair of shoes. Take them. God bless you. That's how it worked. There was no, hey, I have a pair of shoes that I'd like for you to have, but I need something of equal value from you, and you don't have anything that's of exactly equal value that I need, so I'm afraid you can't have the shoes. That's not how tribal human organization works. That's how sprawling, huge nation states work. Where people don't know each other, and you have to have these tokens of abstract value. But that is not how money came about. And the coincidence of want, solving the problem of the coincidence of want was never, ever a factor in the production of, human economic exchange. That's just again, if you're just starting from a blank slate and you have no information whatsoever about human psychology or evolution or history, yeah, that seems plausible. But in terms of the real world, no, that's a total load of donkeys dingoes. So I was really disappointed that the guest starts with that. All right. So enough of that. Let's see. This is at 1:53, about an hour in. All right. Let's see. Weed will be totally normal by 2025 and mushrooms and DMT by 2030, hopefully. Who knows? I mean, I live in Vermont. Weed is legal. It's been totally accepted for years, but, the cops can still ruin your life over it, but not anymore. Now they can't. But, I could drive over to New York and my life could be ruined for possession of weed there. DMT, that's a pretty scary one for most people. I mean, most people will never encounter DMT. They will only hear about it via its reputation, and right now its reputation is most scary for the normies. Perker says, also a few days ago, UN Commission redesignated or voted to redesignate cannabis as a less dangerous drug/medicine. Wait, yes. It's interesting that people are losing trust in many different things these days. Almost everyone still trusts money, even though it is more and more just ones and zeros. Sorry, I was away. Dingoes kidneys. Donkeys, dingoes kidneys is what I meant to say. It's a Douglas Adams-ism. What's the topic now? Yeah, you'll have to wait for the video on that one, Les. That sounds like it's an artifact of economists' self-interest focus for motivation while discounting altruism. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Economists have this notion of homo economicus, where we're all just these rational, utility calculating creatures, which is just not how it works. All right, so on the sketch layer, let's just grab white and like that. Let's get rid of that. We need an odd number of those up there, not even. Okay. Okay, back to the character ink in black. Oh yes, let me turn the podcast back on. Let's see. I think if crypto gained mainstream traction, governments would try harder to clamp down on it. Yeah, I think the window for governments clamping down on crypto is closing rapidly. As more and more mainstream financial institutions, which have oversized representation in government, are beginning to integrate cryptocurrency, and particularly Bitcoin, into their other financial instruments, which they offer to their very wealthy customers. So I think if the government was going to shut down Bitcoin, it better jump now. I don't think the opportunity is going to be there for long. All right. Oh, before I go back to the podcast, one more thing, and this I'm mostly just quoting David Graeber here from Debt, the First 5,000 Years. Early barter, where you're exchanging specified items for other specified items rather than just giving people what they need because you know and love them and want them to survive and because your survival is intertwined and dependent on theirs. barter was something that you usually did with an out group. You know, two tribes get together or two bands get together, and they don't know each other. They never expect to see each other again, so it's more of a one-off. And that's when they resort to things like barter. We'll trade you 5 of these for your 4 of those, and that's where, you know, in those early barter situations, that's where you would treat it like a zero-sum game. Like there would be a winner and a loser in the exchange, and you're trying to be the winner. Alrighty. Let's see. Oh, way too big. All right, and since I'm on Marcus, let's see this, all of this. Character Inc. Take all of this. Actually, only that much. The character ink layer. So we'll copy that, and we will paste it into the background ink layer. All right, so now we should be able to move it. Nope. On background ink. Huh. Okay. Let's try that again then. Copy. Paste. Move it up here. And shrink it. This. All right, so this, me listening to a podcast while I work, doesn't seem like it's going to flow very smoothly, because I'm going to have to comment on stuff. Okay, there we are. He's in the background. All right, well, enough of Marcus. Let's draw Joyce and Pix. This is supposed to be... So let's go back to the sketch layer. So not such an extreme close-up. Let's go... All right, there. This is the rough layer. So down, and then, okay. What's happening? Oh, all right, it's the shrink selection tool. Just be a bit more in the foreground, a bit more over here. Okay, and Pix. Maybe even smaller, like over there. Okay. So, Yet another drawing of Joyce. Oh, what do we got? What do we got? Oh, got a bunch of stuff here. Wow. Missed a lot. All right. It's interesting that people are losing trust in many different things these days. Almost everyone still trusts money, though, even though it's more just ones and zeros. Parks. You're smart, but in my opinion, you're totally missing the point. I think if crypto gained... cryptos were implemented by government. I don't like that crypto uses an enormous amount of energy for their calculations of crypto things. Yeah, I agree. Bitcoin was a beta test by government. Really, here in Mexico, DMT is blowing all over the place. People like tourists stop by this little town openly asking for ceremonies. I hear talk of it at the local cafe shop. Super normal. Huh. Yeah, it is definitely not the case here in New England. You say asking for ceremonies. Are you talking about ayahuasca, or what form is the DMT taking there, Mike? Les says, the goal by government is to create a digital currency controlled by it. I wonder how old the first town markets were. How long ago did that start? Yeah, I don't know right off the top of my head. Bitcoin, there's no central control. Right, it's not possible, I think. Remember, Parks, we still don't know who Satoshi Nakamoto is, and he still owns a controlling share of the coins, meaning he can still control the ups and downs. Likely, Satoshi Nakamoto is just like QAnon, a bunch of people working in a shady branch of extended government, working for the goal of world control, says Les. What is the going rate for DMT in Mexico? Maybe BMT will be the barter currency of the post-collapse world. That and seashells, of course. It worked for when you were listening to Joe Rogan and Alex Jones, but then there was no chat happening, and your reaction was mostly laughing occasionally, yes. I was trying to entice you to speak with me on the topic of my choosing, Parks, but you didn't bite. Mike says, money for hit? I don't know. Actually, I had mine for exchange on tattoo artwork, but once a so-called healer offered me Sapo 5-MeO DMT for about $40. You know, I've done that once. We'll never do it again. 5-MeO DMT, that is. Did not like it at all. Okay, let's get to drawing. Sketch. Okay, Joyce is not going to be wearing her armor for ping pong. So what's she wearing? I'm thinking she's going to be wearing scrubs. Yeah, I've been watching the TV show Swamp Thing. It's actually pretty decent, surprisingly so. I have very low expectations for comic book themed TV shows, and this one's pretty decent. I think they're kind of going for the vibe of the Michael Moore time on the book. Oh, wait. I'm on the sketch layer. Oh, I see. Oh, that was awful. Okay. Here's what we do. Grab all of that. And delete it. We'll create a new layer on top of it. And take this layer down a bunch. Ah, okay. All right, now. Now what do we got? The crypto I hear people are using in darknet markets now is Ethereum. Really, I heard that was horrible. Swamp Thing. I think it was canceled after the one season. Could be. KMO, reason I ask about you playing stock market because I know there's a huge bull market coming. All right. Yeah, Wall Street and the investor class are pretty happy about Biden-Harris. So I wouldn't be surprised if stock soared. As Crystal Ball likes to say, the stock market is an index of the feelings of rich people. And it's probably a good time to get into defense stocks. So I bet we have a big new foreign adventure coming up within the first year of the Biden administration. I'm hoping they don't let their ambitions get too out of whack and they go for Venezuela, because that would just be a freaking catastrophe in my opinion. I could imagine the neoliberals thinking, well, the problem with Iraq was that it was way over on the other side of the planet, logistical nightmare, but heck, Venezuela, just a stone's throw. Let's go for it. I mentioned my stock pick about 3 weeks ago. It's almost 300%. I assume you mean it's up 300%. Let's see. You know, huh? But it's the crest of the wave. The market will crash next year. But before that, you can make a lot of money. I mentioned my stock pick about 3 weeks ago. It's up. I imagine you're meaning it's up almost 300%. People here invent their own ceremonies. I am currently in, how's that pronounced? Tepochtlan, Morelos, Mexico, 1 hour south of Mexico City. Peyote ceremonies, weed, salvia, mushrooms, DMT, ayahuasca, or yoga. You find all kinds of, okay, well, yeah, it sounds like a spiritual seeker's destination probably doesn't represent the the mainstream mentality. I think the normies are still pretty scared of DMT. There is a commercial real estate bubble that might burst soon. Investors had these packaged together investments in commercial real estate, like the packages of subprime home loans. Biden will hit Iran first. If they hit Venezuela, here in Mexico, we are going to go bunkers. Iran. I think Iran would be just as catastrophic as Venezuela, actually. Hoping they'll just stay focused on Yemen and maybe Syria for the time being. I mean, not that those are worthwhile ventures, but I don't think they can go wrong nearly as badly as, say, Iran or Venezuela could go wrong. Alrighty. Joyce here can be bigger. Oh, come on. Like that. Yeah, bigger. There we go. Okay. And now, what's happening? Wrong tool. Okay, yeah, about like that. Let's see. Les says, Parks, I'm making money now on the stock market like a bandit, but I fear it might mean nothing because I don't know where to allocate that money into now. What do you suggest, Parks? Or at some point, there will be a correction. I don't know, whoever is making batteries. Buy batteries? Is that what you're saying? Ed is not present here in the chat as far as I can tell, but he might be listening. I don't know why I'm attached to keeping the eyes where they are there, but I kind of am. That. Am I happy with that? I'm thinking not. What do we got here? The Democratic Party is more traditionally against wars, not in my lifetime. Well, maybe when I was a baby, maybe the Vietnam War. Since then, they've been gung-ho for just about everything. Let's see. Smart man, I was thinking of investing in actual materials that the batteries are made out of, higher margin of profit in copper and nickel. Invest in the companies making batteries. Biden is a puppet of the military complex, has a overdue war coming fast. Hope Trump stays in there doing nothing. It's better than the warmongers Democrats at this point. Well, very little chance of Trump staying in office, I think. Ed's a good guy. I want the best for the man and his family. We banter, KMO. It's just play fighting. The Democratic Party is more traditionally against wars. Yeah. Barks, investing in the companies making batteries is too hard for me. I'm too stupid to figure out which companies are good and which are crap, but I am smart enough to know they all need the same ingredients. That's funny, Parker. Parks, why then is the Democratic Party itching to fight Russia now? Well, I don't think they actually want a shooting war. Russia has nukes and ICBMs. Remember, Parker, it was the Republicans who freed the slaves in the Civil War. Well, that doesn't really mean anything at this point. I mean, the parties have completely changed their orientation several times over since then. There will be a correction in commercial real estate because there will just not be as many offices and retail needed. And when that happens, we will find out how many retirement funds are exposed. Ugh. Do you consider Bill Clinton a warmonger? Bill Clinton, he was certainly happy to bomb, what was it, Kosovo, in order to take the heat off of him when Monica Lewinsky was the top item in the news. So I don't think Clinton had the same pressures on him to exercise unilateral military might because the Soviet Union was, the corpse of the Soviet Union wasn't even cold at that point. The U.S. was not feeling quite so invulnerable. Let's see what to do with her hair. Alright, so let's take that down, put a new layer on top of it, and try again. I really can't be wasting so much time on these characters. I need to just draw them and move on. But whatever. Yeah, like that. Yeah, her cheeks are not so strong. What am I doing wrong here? Let's see. Yeah, more like that. Now her whole face is too big. Yep, too big. That's easily remedied though. Smaller still. Alright. Grab the whole thing. Scale it up. Huh? No. Oh, wow. Just a bunch. What do we got? What do we got? Yes, I knew my argument that the Republicans freed the slaves was a moot point, straw man argument, but you caught it, KMO. Good on you. I'll have to tread more carefully when you're the adjudicator of the comments section. Bill Clinton bombed the Serbs back to Babylon. Clinton also signed NAFTA, yeah, which he just took the baton right from Bush on that one. That was a great stab in the back for American people. Well, working people anyway. I don't believe that the conflict in the Balkans was a tail-wagging-the-dog Monica Lewinsky distraction. I remember debating against that theory with my Republican father. Let's see. Now the Serbs have to deal with the Muslims in Europe. Remember, the Serbs are Europe's best and bravest warriors. Funny you say that, Parks. Watch the movie Wag the Dog. Will a COVID scare take the place in media that the war on drugs and later war on terror did? Like some, don't know that word, machote? Are we looking at 10 years of COVID? I don't think so. I don't think that people will put up with 10 years of COVID. I think another few months of COVID, maybe even a few weeks, and even blue tribers are going to be saying, forget it. I'm over this. I'm done. I'm getting on with life. All right, close enough. All right. Let's get these two inked. Character ink. Robert De Niro and Dustin Hoffman. Yeah, I saw that. I was not particularly impressed with that film. NAFTA was the one reason the economy was so good in the 90s. Yes, people got hurt, but all economists agree, left or right, that free trade is a win-win. And I say that as someone who's advocated for more labor and environmental stringency in NAFTA. Michael, COVID might go away, but the threat will always stay. Just like 9/11, there was never a real terrorist caught, but the threat of terrorism stayed. They terrorize you with terrorism. Rich. Parker, NAFTA's delayed effect was the scourge on the American economy ever since. The American economy has been entered. The American economy has been entered by many in the 90s, aughts, and 2010s. There are problems, but there are also strengths, says Parker. Well, the American economy has been in free fall if you discount the fortunes of the people at the very top. You know, if you take away all employment from manufacturing, which were real jobs with, real salaries and benefits packages, and you replace that with, bullshit service economy jobs that are less than full time, that, pay nonsense, that don't have any benefits, don't have medical insurance or vacation time or retirement. You may have an even bigger economy because the people at the very top have billions and billions more than they did before. But in terms of how this country is doing, man, we are struggling. I cannot take seriously for an instant the idea that the U.S. is doing better economically in the 2010s than it was, say, in the 1960s or 70s. Now, okay, envied. The American economy has been envied by many. Well, sure. I mean, lots of people are in worse shape. No question about that. Alrighty, back to this. One and get to it. No. Oh, wow. There's more. Biological media virus terrorism. Democrats in program continues. We'll go back to fight terrorists. Russia already killed most jihadists. Health scare seems to go perfect with control program 10 years. Lezik, agree the idea is to keep up the panic, never give out solutions. Media virus is real. Many people are dying from it. Probably more than the ones on COVID. I agree with KMO. The rug has been pulled out from under our feet, like that magic trick of taking the tablecloth off a table with the glasses still on it, standing intact. We've all been duped. Yeah. Even those who weren't duped, who saw through it, don't really have the power to do anything about it. Okay, what's happening? There we go. Hey, we just hit 100 comments. Let's see. I think there is some rose-colored glasses looking back to the 60s. I was just listening to a guy talk about how Southwest Virginia has changed in his time doing caving there. It was impoverished. I think that's what you mean. It was improvised? Improvised. Huh. So, Parker, one thing I'll say is that the disparity between urban and rural life has lessened over the last few decades, certainly. Although now, particularly since the heroin epidemic or the opioid epidemic, the rural areas are falling apart faster. Let's see. He talked about remembering when Kennedy visited there in the late 60s. Michael gets it in the Gestalt. And you're right, Michael. Never give solutions that work for the benefit of the economy, people, society. You're right. Remember Churchill? The only thing we have to fear is fear itself? Yeah, the only thing they had to fear was invasion by Germany. Let's see. Which politician will say that now? You got it. Impoverished. All right. Yeah, after World War II, particularly the rural South was largely still not electrified. It was the FDR administration and things like the Tennessee Valley Authority project that really there was a big push to electrify the South. And one of the things, one of the solutions they struck upon back then was the Rural Electrical Cooperative. There's one in the town where my mother lives, Berryville, Arkansas. Carroll County Electric is a cooperative venture, and there are, the people who are doing really well in Berryville are the old timers who used to work at the electric cooperative and who have very generous retirement and benefits packages from that work decades ago. All right. Hey, save the file. All right. Here, I'm going to open up the YouTube audio library and put some music on for you to cover the sound of urine splashing in water and a toilet flushing. Let's see. Multistreaming with Restream.io. Out of my head. 3 watching live. 3 watching. Woohoo! All right. Let's see. What am I doing? YouTube Studio. So, Mike, you like to listen to Lex Friedman. Did you hear the one with Dan Carlin? I thought that was pretty good. Audio library. Let's see. Awful. Oh, tempting as that is. How about, gosh, a lot of ambient, a lot of dance and electronica, hip hop. No, let's go with awful. Let's see how that sounds. Nah, not liking it. Enough of that. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Michael says, very few politicians in the USA are any good. I only like Andrew Yang. Right on. Luckily, here in Mexico, President Obrador is phenomenal. If you don't know what he is doing, you should dig deep into it. He is copying FDR politics. Les says, Kamo, I was against Andrew Yang before, but I've given it some thought. If the government can print all the money at once, then that's fine. Why are we paying taxes still for them? The reason to pay taxes is to help contract the money supply. Basically, money paid in taxes is destroyed. The money supply shrinks by that amount. Let's see. Michael F. Godick. Actually, I did KMO. That was the first one. What was my question? I don't know. I listened to him talk. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Listened to him talk about aliens after that one. I like his approach, like calm and clear. It reminds me of the Sea Realm, but missing the psychedelic music. Yeah, I phased the music out of the Sea Realm a long time ago, I'm afraid. Despite my unwarranted pride, says Lezik, I make attempts at acknowledging when I am wrong. It hurts, but that's the best way I know I can learn. I was a Neanderthal when I was 6. Look at me now. That's good music, says Les. All right. Well, you saw what it was, right? Oh, I've lost it now. Oh, well. Let's see. Okay. This all goes back on the other monitor. Hey, I'm making coffee right now, so I'm going to let enough brew that I can fill a cup before I get back to drawing. And right now I'm going to pop over to Discord and send a message to my son and see if he would care to join us here in the chat. YouTube. Okay. Streamer mode is enabled. Stay safe, friend. All right. So, there's the chat. What do we got? Wait a second. I don't understand the money supply shrinking comment, KMO. Okay, now maybe I do, but I want you to talk about it more. Okay, so suppose the current money supply is $10. Let's just keep it simple. And the government wants to give away a bunch of money, so it just conjures up another $2 out of thin air and gives it to everybody. So now the money supply is $12. Well, of course, the bigger the money supply gets, the less any unit of it is worth. And to prevent hyperinflation, you want to shrink the money supply, or at least, put a brake on the growth of the money supply. So one way to do that is just to, as they say, claw back some of what you've given away via taxes. So the money that people send to the government and, in taxes doesn't necessarily go into coffers and get spent. It's basically just destroyed. That's just money taken off the board. That money doesn't exist anymore. Okay, so let's see. I get it. Taxes are I don't know that word in Polish, a tribute payment. Tribute. I think the main function of tribute is to formalize systems of hierarchical dominance. Like, you pay tribute to me just to demonstrate that I can demand tribute of you. Now, it's also nice that I get something out of you. But really, the point there is the reinforcement of the dominance hierarchy, which is the exact same thing with punishment. You don't really punish people to make things right. You punish them to establish that you have the authority to punish them, and they don't have the authority to resist. Oh, the Mongols. Boy, we could go on a long one with the Mongols. All right. Oh, I can smell the coffee. All right, I'm going to go grab the coffee, and then it's back to drawing for me. Where's my cup? Cup. Meow. I hear you. Okay, let's set you up. Where is the cup? There it is. All right. Taxes equals formalized systems of dominance. That's part of what they equal. Back when the American colonists, British citizens or British subjects were having to pay taxes, that's more back when money was a real thing, like it represented something real and tangible. And so the transfer of wealth that way had the double benefit of formalizing the dominant hierarchy, but also of acquiring much needed resources. With fiat currency, that's much less the case. Okay, so should I put music on? What the heck? I'll put the music on, but I'll keep it turned down a little bit. Audio library. Let's go with, let's try this one. This is called Vishnu, Ambient Dark by Patrick Patrikios, Greek. So, Les says I can barely hear you. Okay, we're going to leave off the music then. But the last thing I played, I think the thing that was playing when I came back from the toilet was this, Stairway, Ambient Happy by Patrick Patrikios. Parker says, money still seems to be a real thing, if only because almost everyone believes it is. And because most people have to trade the hours of their lives to get it. And how devastating would it be to think that you were trading the hours of your life and, the sweat of your brow for something that can just be conjured out of thin air. I'm a chat hogger. Sorry, Parks. Okay. I hope Michael didn't leave. Well, Michael, I think he said he had to go do some tattoo work. Maybe he'll be back. You know, there are C-ROM listeners who have been sending me money since like 2006. Well, maybe 2007. I don't think I had a PayPal link in 2006. But then, there are other listeners who never really had a whole bunch of surplus money to send, so they send me the creative products of their imagination. Danny Dead Nettles, who sometimes comes up in these chats, he's been sending me stuff for years. And Michael, who's back, has also been sending me stuff. Like, Michael, didn't you make the intro, the audio intro to the Z-Realm podcast? Mixing the news report from Night of the Living Dead with the music from Return of the Living Dead. That was you, right? Yeah, that intro was sick. And for you old folks in the audience, that means it was good. Okay, so back to the working. What's next? Not that. Let's try that. Okay. Let's see. I'll try a different approach with this panel. Nah, forget it. Just go to the sketch. Okay, her nose is big, but it's not that big. Let's see. Oh, new messages. Parks, you're a passive, good-natured guy. You wouldn't say anything even if it bugged you. Guess we all got bored of zombies. Now they're real. Yeah, I tell you, there were many times when I was getting impatient with the TV show The Walking Dead, but really, the day they let Negan just beat the stuffing, literally, out of both Glenn and who's the dude with the mustache, tough guy? Gosh, I don't remember his name. Anyway, that just, I don't know. I wasn't interested after that. Even though I know the death of Glenn came straight out of the comic. I just couldn't really hang with it thereafter. I stuck with Fear the Walking Dead for like 3 seasons, but yeah, it's just too repetitive. Really, in a real-world situation like that, people are going to cooperate. They're going to get it together, and they're going to rebuild civilization pretty quickly, and that's not very, dynamic, interesting, conflict-driven TV. Let's see, vampires create zombies, but werewolves kill them both. This chat is very slow compared to all the other live stream places I hang out at, basically. Yeah, well, that's because there's only, 4 people in here right now. But we don't need super chats. I can respond to just about every comment here. But I do need to keep drawing. Okay, again, she does have a big nose, but not that big. What am I doing? I think just an indication of a nose is really all that's necessary right here. But she's not mad. She's being more conspiratorial. So what are the eyebrows doing? Let's see. She's like putting up a hand and pointing and saying, let's take one eyebrow up higher. She's still looking mad there. Let's just clear all this out. Let's start again. Just go real cartoony and simple for now. So one hand up here. Okay, so Swamp Thing didn't really appeal to anybody. Benarubber. What have you been reading lately? I'm finishing up Elixir, A History of Water and Humankind by Brian Fagan. And then I'm starting Debt, The First 5,000 Years by recently deceased David Graeber. Yeah, I was talking about Debt for the First 5,000 Years earlier in this live stream. I have been listening to the audiobook of The Righteous Mind by... what's his name? Alexa, who wrote The Righteous Mind? Jonathan Haidt.
The Righteous Mind.
Alexa, never
Why
mind.
Good People Are Divided by Politics and Religion was written by Jonathan Haidt and published in 2012.
Right, so I'm in the process of listening to that, but I took a break, and in the middle, I listened to an audiobook called T-AI. Alexa, who wrote T-AI? Alexa, who wrote T-AI?
T-AI, Humanity's Countdown to Artificial Intelligence and the New Pursuit of Global Power. Author is Michael Conaon.
Michael what? All right, I just have to look it up. Let's see, T-AI. Humanity's Countdown to Artificial Intelligence by Michael Kanaan. A-A-N. So Kanan? Not sure. Alrighty, so hey everybody, here is a link to the book that I just finished. It's a pretty good book on AI, and the thing I really liked about it was author said, forget about artificial general intelligence. It's not anywhere close. It's not coming anytime soon, and narrow AI is going to be plenty disruptive. Let's focus on narrow AI. And it was pretty comprehensive. Now, there's certain things that any book in this field has to sort of retread, and that can get pretty tedious, but this one was skillful about it. Alrighty. So Rose had an idea. I think some of you guys will like this idea. She says I should do one live stream a week where I'm not drawing, where I am just talking, and that I have some, stuff prepared, maybe some clips or, stuff to read. So it'd be more like a live podcast, which I think is, what most live streams are these days. Most live streams aren't just somebody drawing. I know, that is a genre. But oftentimes in those live streams, the artist is not speaking the way I'm speaking here. They just draw. Alrighty, and Joyce. Okay, don't just trace over the rough sketch. Fact. Now that you know she goes there, why don't you get rid of the rough sketch? Right. Let's see. Augmented reality will be huge. Yes and no. I'm on that one. I think, eyeglasses or contact lenses as a heads-up display, it might be longer in coming than you think, but I think that eventually will get here. But I don't think we're going to call it augmented reality. I think it'll be such a commonplace thing and so many people will be doing it all the time that it'll sort of recede into the background. So long as it stays a separate thing that has a name and that you can reference, like virtual reality, it's just a sign of its failure. Like VR, I think, it's some gamers are into it and it has some real world applications, but for the most part, the fact that we're still to the extent that we're talking about VR at all, is just a sign that the technology hasn't matured the way we expected it to. You know what? I don't usually draw Joyce with lips. Let's get rid of those. Alrighty. Actually, I think I do have to check that message. I'll be right back. I heard that Apple is all in on AR. Interesting they have LiDAR on the new iPhones and iPads. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole purpose of the LiDAR, is to make a 3D map of whatever space you're in so that it can overlay data about objects or people in that space. All right. So the message was from Royal Medical Center telling me that my next shipment of TRT drugs have shipped. But because my building is in perpetual lockdown, they can't be shipped here. I have to have them shipped. I wouldn't even call them a neighbor. They live pretty far away. But people who come to this building every day, I have my packages shipped to their home. All right, what have I missed? Quite a bit. Let's see. Wow. Okay, so Ben Rubber asked what I've been reading recently, and I mentioned those two books, The Righteous Mind and T-minus AI. I've been watching this chatter on Twitch called Bad Bunny. She's like a vegan Marxist who says that she has been turned around from being right-wing. Bad Bunny is the most famous Puerto Rican rapper. Les says, a bit disappointed my ancestors didn't know about Wolverines, though. Then maybe I wouldn't. Something, the compulsion to be social. That's one of my faves. Listen to it as well, says Ben Rubber. I feel to the right in that room, says Parker. It's more common that I feel to the left of people. What's that mean, Parks? To feel to the right or left of a room? Well, I certainly understand what that means. Like here in Vermont, usually when I'm with, other college-educated people or so-called flatlanders, people who moved here from elsewhere, I'm pretty much the right-wing guy in the room. But put me in a room full of local Vermonters who have never been anywhere but here, and I'm, the far left-wing lunatic. Let's see. Mike says, I just finished reading The Eagle Has Landed by writer Jack Higgins. It is a great read and recommended. Is it about Apollo 11? Parks, maybe there's such a thing as a werewolverine. Yes, Lezik is called a honey badger. You know this little fellow, he is ferocious. Oh, yes. Parker, you've just invented a new form of entity. That girl I was talking about, when I first click on her, she had a video of Jordan Peterson debating a socialist on part of the screen and was talking about how he is wrong. Mostly the vid was paused. Les says, no, augmented reality is here already without glasses. I can give you links to companies that will explode soon. The text is already here. So I think that is a good idea Rose has, says Parker. Michael, yes, but what if you have a honey badger that's allergic to honey? He's got no honey. And is he really a badger? Parker says, I heard that Apple is all into AR. It's interesting that they have LiDAR on their new iPhones and iPads. Search Wolverine. I swear I did not make it up. Jordan Peterson, I like Elon Musk. Neither did anything first without the backing of people that bowed down to before. We have one Wolverine in Poland, Parker. He's in a zoo. His name is Lezik, and the zoo is Poland. One Wolverine in Poland. That sounds sad. Michael says, yes, we should think about changing that name to something more mean. It's hard to keep that animal locked up. It's not like humans. They love cages. The Wolverine has the same name as you. Tenacious, likable from a distance, furry, and fat. What's there to dislike, says Lessig. No, the badger in the zoo is called Honey. Ah. So a honey badger is... Are they actually badgers? I don't know. Let's see if Alexa knows. Alexa, is a honey badger really a badger?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, a honey badger is part of the weasel family. It is found in Africa and Asia.
Alexa, are badgers in the weasel family?
No. A European badger is a member of the class mammals.
Yeah, I'm afraid we're not getting anywhere with that. They're all the same, says Lezik. Musculids. Just don't call me that. All right. Back to drawing. let's start with Joyce. Let's go to character. Actually, let's save. Oh, that's a good idea. Save. And we go to character ink. There we are. Full black. Pen subtool, G pen. Let's go with a 12. I always like to start with this line in her forehead right here. Don't know why. Don't necessarily like that particular line though. There we are. Okay. Have a roll in her eyes. Let's see. Paul! Hey, Paul. Got a few folks in here today. Let's see. We've been talking about... Oh, Les has gone out for beer. All right. Parker says, I learned that a mountain goat is not really a goat. It's in its own class and is more like something between a goat and an antelope. And Mushroom Mike says... The minks are crazy rat trappers. I have spent hours watching YouTube channels of them. A goatalope, says Parker. We should make KMO draw a weasel into the comic. I grew up around Republicans and moved from the left closer to the center as I read how messy human history is. I feel like I can be myself around Republicans more, not sure what my problem is. Mike says, make him go all crazy aggressive from Weasel Planet. My dude, what's going on today? Well, as you can see, drawing a comic. I have to say I'm not making very good time with it. I keep stopping to chat, and I also keep stopping to attend to my own personal comfort. I haven't mentioned it on the stream here, but I've been having some back issues. All right, and Joyce's eyes are too close together. Let's see, let's grab this one over here. And... no, not like that. Ah, come on. There we go. All right. Is everybody caught up on The Mandalorian? Let's see. What else we got here? Parker. That did look like a lot of weight on that deadlift. Yeah, actually, that was kind of a sad thing. The last week that I was at the gym, my back was hurting. I had to go actually light on the deadlifts. Deadlifts are great, though. Absolutely love them. Now the deadlift, where you're doing your max weight and you're listening to some really loud, hard metal music or something. That's very, very gratifying, very enjoyable to exert oneself like that. Now, when I'm taking video with my phone, I can't listen to music. Come on. There we go. And there. And there. All right. Now picks. What else we got here? Parker says, I am caught up on Mando. So what'd you think of Boba Fett? Finally, on screen, he gets to be the badass that he's always been in the supplementary materials. Well, I have no choice but to chill on the weightlifting. My gym is closed. Thank you very much, COVID. Yeah, we lost the gym and the movie theater. It does suck. Have some ginger, anti-inflammatory. I make candied ginger now and then. Yeah, I don't think they have ginger at my local grocery store. I'll check again, though. Enjoyed that last one. Yeah, that last one. Man, talk about... Do we get into spoilers? Talk about plot development. Good God. That really moved it along. Now, the Ming-Na Wen character, I'm not sold on her yet. What's her name? Fennec Shan? I see one of those little fennec foxes when I say that. Boba Fett was impressive. Yes. What's that actor's name? New Zealand actor. Oh, come on. Alexa, who played Jango Fett? Tamara
Jango
Morrison.
Fett was played by Tamara Morrison in Star Wars, Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, Trevor Devall in Lego Star Wars, Droid Tales,
Alexa,
Daniel
stop.
Baxter and Howard...
Now, in Star Wars The Clone Wars, the animated series, Boba Fett is a kid in that. But all the other clones are voiced by one guy. And there's, I don't know, not hundreds, but certainly tens of clones, named clone characters in that. Many of them get killed. But, the biggies are Captain Rex and Commander Cody. But the one guy, he voiced all of them. And there was an arc in which Anakin Skywalker gets called back to Coruscant for something, and a different Jedi is given command of the 501st, and this other Jedi despises clones and has no regard for their well-being whatsoever, and he is deliberately sending them into situations where he knows they'll be killed for no real good purpose. So you've got lots of different clone characters in that episode, and they have various personalities and agendas and struggles. And it's one guy doing all the voices. It was pretty awesome. Let's see. Come on. There we go. Who was that? Alexa, who is the voice of the clones in Star Wars The Clone Wars?
Here's something I found on the web. According to Sheriff.com, they first appeared in Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, and returned in Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, where they were played primarily by Temuera Morrison.
That did not answer my question.
Everything seems to be working. If something's wrong, you can send feedback through the Help and Feedback section of the Alexa app.
All right. And I have to ask Google instead. D. Bradley Baker. All right. Oh, he's American? Oh, I would have thought he was Kiwi as well. Well. Alrighty, what do we got? What do we got? Hey Kmo, any idea where I can download a pirate version of Photoshop program, maybe an older version? This thing of paying monthly sucks. Yeah, I know it really does suck. It really does suck. I hear you. Yeah, I guess the Pirate Bay. I mean, I use Photoshop, Fresco, Audition, and Premiere. So I can't really. I mean, I would be hard pressed to learn alternate versions of all those programs, all in a short period of time. But at this moment in my life, I don't use any pirated software, as far as I can remember. I'm pretty much 100% legit, and I don't pirate TV or movies either. Not that I'm against it, I'm just lazy now. I want to watch everything on my big TV. Oh, that's way too big. Let's try that. Nope, don't like it. Don't like it. No, sir. I don't like it. Let me just do the hint of a nose. All right. Come What's next? Next is Pix trying to comfort Marcus. Marcus, who's a grump, but who has a unspoken yearning to know Pix better, if you know what I mean. I don't remember if he's speaking in this. Let's see. No, he's not. Okay. Let's see, what do we got here? It's weird fixing her injuries with hydraulics. Yeah. Fennec Shan's replacement parts. I mean, that's her intestines. Hydraulic pistons and rods and levers and things are not going to digest her food for her. Back, says Les. Met a lovely girl a head taller than me and thick, just like I like them. Well, right on. Parker says, one thought I have during that episode is that I think the armor was Stormtrooper. I think the armor that Stormtrooper where is actually anti-armor. Instead of more protected by it, they are more vulnerable when it's on. One thing I noticed was that both Fennec Shan and Boba Fett were actually shooting the Stormtroopers in the places where their white, whatever it's called, plastisteel or something armor. They were shooting the gaps in the armor, which in the past, the characters would just, when they shot Stormtroopers, it would just hit them in the armor and they would still fall down, like the armor didn't do anything. And at least on The Mandalorian, they're trying to suggest that Stormtrooper armor is good for something. It's not very good. It's certainly not Mandalorian Beskar, but the characters were at least trying to shoot in the places where the Stormtroopers were not armored. Les says, but didn't ask for a number because I was rushing home to see KMO. Well, then you are a foolish man. You are foolish. This live stream is being recorded. You can watch it later. This, in hindsight, may be a mistake. Yes, she liked me. Yes, that was a mistake. It does sound like a mistake, says Parker. Yep, we're in agreement here. That was a bad move, man. Les says, but all in all, not too bad. I still remembered to bring home the beer. Yeah, if you had gone, not chatted up the girl or not gotten her phone number and forgotten the beer, that would have been an absolute failure of an outing. Everything has a silver lining. Parker says, I have been scared to download programs from there. Maybe she had his and herpes. Paul says, hey, Les. Les says, Paul. Maybe no herpes. Have you seen Ed, Paul? Paul says, it was meant to be you. It was meant to be you will see her again. Oh, if it was meant to be, you will see her again. No, I haven't seen Ed. Les says, Paul, I like you because you're wise. I'm clever, stupid, but clever. Drunk today, but $100,000 richer for the day? Damn. Congrats, Les, on being clever. Tomorrow I will wake up as a Greek god, hungover in the name of Bacchus. Clever has short legs. Wise is long legs but flies away. Parker, okay, I gotta go mail stuff. Later, Camo, Les, and everyone. Bye, Parker. See you later. Yeah, we're not going to do the upper lip. All right. So once again, with the crazy hair. No, too big. Too big. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Do it coronavirus style. To there, but not really like that. All right. No. Don't like anything about any of that, so we're just going to completely start over. Let's see. Okay. Oh, Paul, what was your day like today? Of all the people I've heard, you have the most honest voice. I would say Paul's an honest dude. That's the impression I get. Maybe he's just a really clever huckster. But if so, he's slipped past my defenses. All right. I'm just not happy with any of that. Try again. Let's see. No, 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 no. Pretty good day. Going to take my dog to the park and commandeer the skate park to do dog agility. Oh, cool. You'll gain an audience. Español especial. What's your dog breed? What do we got here? She is a pit bull mix. Mix, I think. We sent out for her DNA test, maybe just a runt of a pit bull. We got her from the shelter, damn near wild animal. Pits are devoted and emotional. That, and given that they're built to fight, made them good to manipulate for fighting. I wonder if people can be categorized in dog breed terms. I see KMO as some kind of herder-hunter-dog breed mix. I think I'm pretty thoroughly a mutt, but I won't argue. All right. Fussed over that forever. I'm not happy with it at all. So let us duplicate this layer. And then erase one with the other. Let's try again. Let's see. Les, what is your story? Are you like a millionaire or something? I got my stories. I'm always one away, always fighting the same levels back up. Maybe I'll level up this time. I'm Rich Paul because I have the best of friends, fully counted on my right hand. I suspect you guys have the same blessing. If I had to make up a story, I say you are a businessman. I say the coat hanger industry. Made big money back in the 8s. Now everyone folds their jeans. Am I close? 80s. Whoa. All right. There's only 2 people watching the stream right now. I think it's Les and Paul. Haha, Les Paul. You guys should get together and make some guitars. Let's see. Back to my dashboard. I don't know. Anyway. There's no reason why she'd bend down below his eye level. What I need to do is just go to the rough layer. Get rid of that. That's messing me up. Now, I want their heads to be at about the same level. So I'll cheat and do her face first. Yeah, I'm liking that better. Ah, not like that. Not like that. All right. Yep, I saw movement in the chat. What do we got? I like jeans and I like furry coats. At least it's better than wearing the opposite mix. Hey? Furry pants and blue jean jacket keeps you warm on a summer's eve. I participated in business enough to know that I know how it works. And I've touched politics with my pinky and come out of that short experience understanding another whole world, a corrupt world. Business is corrupted from the top. You should see me in winter, Paul. I look like Bolshoi Moscow Baron. There we go. I just had to draw her, what, like 5 times, and eventually I got one that I liked. Okay, now let's have her looking at him. Okay, except her chin is not that square. There. Ugh. Now I don't like that face. Oh well. So it goes. What do we got here? Ha, I bet so. I'm under self-imposed house arrest. I can do more, but I don't want to. There is a supercar waiting for me somewhere. Supercar? And PhD, but just as likely liver cirrhosis and liver failure. Well, you could drink less. You could drink less. 411. I'm going to draw till 5, and then I might go and get me some beer. All right. Now, look at her face here. Let's bring this up. That simply will not work, in terms of having her be on model, as much as this character is ever on model. And yet, I like it. I'm good. Whatever I replace this with, I'm going to like less. Alrighty. Well, anyway, gotta get to it. Drink less, or not at all. Yeah, I can't claim that I'm going the not at all route, or that I even really want to. Hey, David McIntyre. I really need to catch up on Geb. Got stuck at Nietzsche. Well, the Geb webcomic has not progressed in months. I've been drawing lots of stuff, but it's all for these print comics that we're going to be doing, which are, they take a lot of material from the web series, but I'm also adding stuff. Like this page I'm working on right now, it goes between 2 pages that, they already exist on the website, but this intermediate page is only going to be in the print comic. Uh-oh. The yawning is beginning. The yawning. Oh no, not the yawning. But Nietzsche is still a character in the strip. Okay, getting too sketchy. McIntyre's Irish like KMO. There is a Polish song about loving you like the Irish. Hey, be back. Habits Die Hard will be the 300-page autobiography I wish to publish someday that no one will ever read because it'll be a scam. Let's see. I guess I'm only 16 strips behind, not too shabby. I'm Scottish via Ireland. Then, Scots-Irish. Then potato famine, etc., brought my family to the States. So I think some of my family was here by the time of the potato famine, but most of my Irish roots are more recent than that. What do we got? Hey, Kimo, what was that music you used today? It was good. So, let's see. Oh, wrong way. Come on. So it was music by this guy. Whoops. Patrick Patrikios. So I will post. Come on. Never select text with the stylus. Let's see. Let's take it back to the other screen. And I will paste this link into the chat. There you go. Parker, okay, I gotta go mail stuff. Later, KMO, Les, and everyone. Bye, Parker. Thanks for sticking around. Oh, wait, I'm way behind. That was way up. Parker's long gone. Let's see. KMO, do you think someone at the Gab Mothership could add an RSS feed to keep new strips in my feed? Yes, I think it could happen. Will it happen? I don't know. But I will make a note, and I will bring that up in the next Geb call. So, on the whiteboard, Geb RSS. All right. That is an empty coffee cup. All righty. Keep forgetting I'm on camera. So he's a little bit shocked that she's touching his hand. He likes her. But he has not admitted it to her anyway. Probably to himself. All right. Put the hair on her. Okay. My mother always told me, if you must trust someone from a cloud, trust the one who's Irish. In my travels, this maxim has proven me well. I've always had a good time, drunk. Thanks, KMO. Les, RSS is real simple syndication. It allows publishers to post their new articles to a feed that can be parsed by applications known as feed readers. that notifies subscribers when material is published. And Mushroom Mike is back. I'm back. I did work. I found the Photoshop program on Pirate Bay. Thanks, man. Which version did you get? Okay, she's not mad here. So, there we go. Oh no, it's a riddle. I'm back. Yes, 2020. Oh wow. Okay, so brand new, huh? Right on. All right, let's fly with the riddle. All right. This one I'm so tempted to just leave in this cartoony style. Let's see how close I can get it. I'm going to keep the gesture. Shoulders comically high. She's got to have the juice box in this hand. Let's see. Yep. Beer. Headed out for the day, gents. Laters. Bye, Paul. Camo, why are you so adverse to riddles? Life is a riddle, my friend. Life is a series of riddles, but you know what? They're imposed by the universe. They're not voluntary. Anyway, go ahead. Hit us with your riddle. Nope. All right, what else? Catch you later, Paul. Need to make some labels for beer. Don't like to take commissions on designing, but hard times. I have done a couple of comic strips, KMO. Maybe one day I could send it to you so you can give a thumbs up. Sounds good. Hey, Michael, do you have a, what's the word I'm looking for, Instagram account? That's where most of my art that is not Geb goes these days. KMO, what kind of friends have you had? Hindu, Jewish, Roman Catholic, Protestant? Well, all of the above. What are your thoughts on each? Hindus. Most of the Hindu people I knew were either stoners or hardworking business people. Jewish. Most of the Jews that I've known have been secular Jews. And they, I don't know, I guess they adhere to the stereotype. They tend to be pretty smart. Roman Catholic, that's a lot of my father's side of the family. Mostly Irish Roman Catholic are the ones I've known, although I've known some Italian Roman Catholics. Rose is Roman Catholic. Protestant, well, I was raised Protestant. I was raised in the Southern Baptist Church, and Protestantism doesn't seem to have made peace with human nature quite like Roman Catholicism has. Like, I understand that the expectation that priests be celibate is not very realistic and leads to some bad outcomes, but that's one example, like one counterexample to the general trend of Roman Catholics being a bit more on a reality, on the level of reality when it comes to governing people's behavior. What did Martin Luther really, what was he really pissed off about? He's pissed off about the church selling indulgences. But, that was the church really understanding how to manipulate people, how to manipulate their psychology for money. Very realistic. Mushroom Mike Tattoo and Godek Tattoo, only tattoo work. I've been thinking to upload comics to Facebook. Well, I won't see them if you do that. Any recommendation on how to present a comic strip? I would break it up into individual panels and make it a multi-entry story on Instagram. Anyway, let me go and find those accounts on Instagram, and I will add you. So, all right, there's one. Ah, nice. Looking at your tattoo work here. I'll put it on the. There we go. So this is Mike's tattoo work. All right. So, am I already following this? How can I tell? Oh, freaking Instagram. Can I not follow because this is a desktop version? Okay, how about... Oh, maybe that means I'm following you already. Yeah, I'm already following you. Okay. And what was the other one? Okay. There we go. Now I am following both of your accounts. Oh, let's see. All right, let's think about this door here. Okay, the door's going to be taller than that, though, because she is very short. So I could grab her, take her down a bit. Yeah, I think so. Okay, for this one, I think I'm just going to do the door as negative space. So back to the chat. That's the shop here in Mexico, Psychedelic Art Studio. Sweet will find a place for the comic. There are silly jokes in the story of a Mexican possum. Right on. Right on. Alrighty. What do we got here? Les, I'm going to go on celebrating my day today. I told you Loop Insights Inc. I'll give you others, but the window is closing. I actually studied the 29 and 87 market crashes in the USA. Let's see. Loop. Loop Insights Inc. Okay, let's look at it over the last 6 months. Oh, wow, it is jumping up, isn't it? Wow, it was way down here as of October. And it has increased by almost 4 times. All right. Well, maybe it's time to call up Weeble. Need to get Ed on the line, and he can walk me through making a purchase with this thing. It's been so long. And they've reconfigured the app so many times since I've actually made a purchase with it that, all past experience is meaningless. Loop Media, Loop Industries, Loop Realty. Huh. All right, well, what's the ticker symbol? MTRX. All right, well, let's see about that. Speaking of good stock tips, the commodities market is about to start trading in potable water futures. Wow. Les, I'm sorry, I'm drunk, but I am right. And KMO, the spat about scientism, I don't remember entirely, but I suspect it is a victim of semantics. Yes, David, you're right. Commodities will keep going up. KMO, don't make any purchase until you talk it through Ed first. He's smart. Okay. Alrighty. Well, this is a drawing live stream, not a watch Kevin or KMO fiddle with Weeble live stream. So back to the drawing. But let us do. Let's see. That back where it belongs. There we go. All right. What do we got here? Remember, KMO, there's a bus to the moon every few minutes. There's always another ride up. Right on. All right. Hmm. All right. KMO, I was born in Brattleboro, Vermont. I think you've told me that before, Mike. But left there at 5 years old. You are very close by, right? Yeah, I'm in Bellows Falls. It's about a half-hour drive north of Brattleboro. I've been thinking to get back one day, and maybe if you are still there, I will visit you. That'd be great. If you are alone, I've got a couch you can crash on. If you're with company, you'll need another accommodation. All right. That was weird. Okay, for this one, I think we should see the ceiling. So, background. Except that should all be even lower. Yeah, but she's not that close to. Hey, it's 5:02. You know what, everybody? I'm going to hit save, and I need to step away from this for a while. And when I say step away, I mean walk to the convenience store and buy some beer. How'd you meet Ed, KMO? He was a C-ROM podcast listener, and when I mentioned that Neil Kramer and I were going to be doing a couch surfing tour, that we were in the Northeast, he suggested that we come up to Montreal. And he was doing a radio show at the time, and Neil and I were guests on his radio show, and we stayed at his apartment. Met Jadzia when she was just a wee child. This was in 2009, December 2009. Let's see. Michael says, yeah, once I'm there, KMO can record me talking about all the times I was listening to the C-ROM, I think from episode 30 or so was super early KMO, and still all in the collapse scenario early days. Yep. Good luck to you, Michael. All right, everybody, thank you much. Catch you later. Beer, yes.